right, folks, I think we're ready to go. Uh, I am in the car. Um, I have a second screen that I can see and I can talk text into. Hopefully, I don't have to do that. I'll just be able to chat with you. It's going to be dark out. um, we are just now in um, Arlington Heights, about to get on the highway, heading west. This we'll be on the base of the same road the whole way. I don't know how well this is going to work at night, and if uh, if this becomes boring, or if I'm not finding that people are enjoying what we're doing, we can cut it short. But just thought I'd give everybody a chance to travel with me as I head over to Minnesota and partake in the celebration of life for MyTony and supporting Natalie and all the other members that'll be out there. It is what, 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll get um, some light soon. So right now, I think you're going to see an awful lot of street lights and street signs. I do have it on the telephoto lens because what happens is that makes it so you don't see the mountain frame. Naturally, I am driving, so I'm not going to be paying a great deal of attention to the chat. I don't think that, at this time of the day, although I guess the YouTubes is open worldwide, but at this time of the day, I'm never really expecting that we'll have a lot of people on. And there we go, already at the other side of the world. Hello, Swedish Lena. Let me see. I don't like how high that's pointing. Let me do this. And sorry, I'm watching on a monitor, so I get the lag. I don't get this. I'm not seeing the camera in real time because it's bouncing to the other side of the car. So as we're headed, I have always traveled all of these roads that are out here. Given my druthers, I wouldn't be on the highway, but we've got to make time, so we're on the highway. We're going through Schaumburg now. Schaumburg has a massive mall, and that mall that's in Schaumburg has, for many of the past years, been the most visited tourist attraction in Illinois. So Woodfield Mall. I love driving. It's the one thing that I don't really love about living in the city, which has been like the last 8 years of my life. I've always been kind of a car person, and one of the things that I would do to just relax is I would get in the car and go drive down country roads, listen to music, enjoy myself. When you're in the city, because you've got so much public transportation, and I walk and I ride my bike, just no need to. Hopefully you're hearing this okay as well. So I don't have any, I don't have my speaker system on today, or my microphone system on today. I'm just talking into the car, and hopefully the phone's picking it up. Thank you, Cricket. Where in Boston are you? Or where in Massachusetts are you? I guess there are other parts of Massachusetts rather than just Boston. Not sure if many of you follow Cubs Champion 16. Where that organization is, where Alston turns off of Com Ave, I used to live right there. So I lived there for about a year back in my younger days. So one of the things that I've got a car. My car has this, I think they call it predictive cruise control. But what occurs is it's linked to like Google, so it knows where what the speed limits are and where you are and all that kind of fun stuff. So every time the speed limit changes, it resets to that speed limit. So when you set your speed at X, every time you pass into a new speed zone, it resets it to the actual speed limit of the area. And I don't know why, but from here to the Wisconsin border, which I've got about 60 miles, the speed limit is going to change 100 times. It just fluctuates between 65 and 70 all the time. And it's such a nuisance for this kind of system. I'm sure I can turn that off. I'm also sure that I've never taken the time to figure out how to. Now we're out in Hoffman Estates. There's a massive AT&T complex out here. There's a bit of a tech corridor here, but most of the tech corridor in Chicagoland is out Naperville way or up north in like Northbrook and in that area. If you, there used to be, but it's no longer here, where the Sears headquarters is these days, and I don't know that, I think that Sears is now defunct, or it's now Kmart, or however that unfolded so poorly. But there's a big business park here, and Sears took up headquarters there. Hoffman Estates gave them a huge discount. But that little industrial plaza, it used to be a concert venue here called Poplar Creek. Now, the one thing I do love about the predictive, I guess I'm going to say it's predictive cruise control. I don't know what the real name is, but what I noticed, or one of the huge benefits, is that it will just follow the car in front of you. So if you're in a traffic jam or something like that, it'll just follow the car ahead of you, and it's much less stressful than gas brakes. The car takes care of that for you. I was in Alston in like 95. I lived in a tiny studio apartment with a window that looked out into the alley. And I was between Boston College and Boston University. Howdy, Style Audit. Good to see you. So here on the right is that business park that I was telling you about, and this used to be Poplar Creek. Every once in a while I might pop on some talk radio just because I don't want to get hit by music strikes. Felt terrible this morning leaving the house. Be away from family for a couple of days, and my pet naturally wakes up whenever there's any movement in the house, and came down and wanted to play, and I can't. Gotta get on the road. Sorry. That's interesting. I'll say that, I wasn't a protester when I was back then. And I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm a protester or an activist now, except for this one cause that we've got ahead of us. And the cops were always cool. The thing that I always hated about Boston is, the parking meters, or the parking mates, they were brutal. It was not that hard to go bankrupt on parking tickets in Boston. I have to imagine that it's taxes are the number one revenue generator, and then parking tickets has to be the number 2 generator of revenue in Boston. Now, the thing I love about Boston is I would always say that I'm kind of a history buff, and the idea of how much of Americans' history really started there in Boston. And you walk into a building, and in that building, it's like Ben Franklin was in this building at one point in time, or Thomas Jefferson was in this building at one point in time, Sam Adams, Paul Revere. Got a river crossing coming up, which, again, since I'm not moving the camera around, you guys can't tell, but we've got the Fox River here. The Fox River used to be a navigable, well, it's still navigable, but it used to be a commercial river. And the town that's right here at the highway at Fox River is Elgin. And Elgin is known for watches, as well as the street sweepers. So most of the street sweepers throughout the U.S. are manufactured here in Elgin. Used to be a pretty big city, just as big as Chicago was back in the day. A lot of large houses right here along the river, and it's where the captains would have lived, and right, they would have been well-to-do because they were the ones bringing trade to and from the city. Love the Salem witch story. As many of you might know, right, I'm not doing it as much right now, but I used to run quite a bit, and I've run the Boston Marathon several times. One of my favorite things to do the day after, because you're sore the day after you run a marathon, is to take the train up to Salem and walk around. And Salem's got a couple of pretty interesting things, right? It's an old sailing town, or sailing port, but you've got the witch story, the Salem witch trials and everything. But it's also the home of, well, not home, where Nathaniel Hawthorne kind of went through his developmental years, and the Custom House is still there, and the House of Seven Gables is still there. Just a nice way to spend the day. Take the train ride up there, relax, have your coffee, go grab a meal up in Salem, see all the sights, get on the train back to Boston. Kind of excited about this weekend. Shortly after the Chicago opening, I don't know if you all remember, but Natalie and Tony came down to Chicago to visit and to protest. And that's when I first met Tony. I was totally unaware of what he was going through, or they were going through. But Tony was such a joy to talk. He's an easy communicator. Really enjoyed talking with him. Very smart. He and I, we've done a lot of things in our lives. So he's definitely not a one-trick pony. We were confronted by the police that day. He kind of took charge like a boss. And that's one of the things that I really remember about that day. Now that's something I wouldn't have thought of. That I remember that the early founding fathers had relationships with France, but I just always imagined New England as being English, Dutch, more Northern European. And I remember the French being in France quite a bit. The French were here in the Midwest. Father Marquette and Joliet, to the best of my knowledge, were the first invaders from Europe to navigate the Mississippi River. The town of Joliet, which is a sizable town outside of Chicago, is named after Louis Joliet. And Marquette University is Father Marquette. Also a bit of a religious bent there, that they came to help all the heathen Native Americans become Christian. Hello, Snoozeroni. It is 0 dark early here. 4:21. No time zone change the whole time. Oh, you might have just seen the, you can see it ahead as well, the street sign for, oh, what the heck just happened there? Sorry, the camera shut down. It kind of went into sleep mode. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on there. But we just saw a sign for Woodstock. And it's an old movie reference, but Groundhog Day was filmed up there in Woodstock with Bill Murray and Andy McDowell. Also where I bought my first Harley Davidson. Howdy, Scientology up north. We are driving through the hinterlands of Western Illinois. This route is going to take us, we get to basically stay on the same road all the way. I'll say that in Toma, Wisconsin, 9094 and Higher Road 94 on up to the Twin Cities. I used to have friends in Winona, and I would end up taking 90 all the way out in that situation. If you ever get to the States, or if you're in the States, Minnesota along the Mississippi River is rather interesting, but once you get up out of the river valley, it is flat from there to the Dakota borders. All you're going to see is cornfields the whole way. Well, crop fields all the way. One of the next towns we're going to see here has a railroad museum, which it's got an awful lot of old rail car engines here in Hampshire. There used to be a little a carnival land here, and it looked like Hobbits, although this was before Hobbits were really popular. It was called Shireland, and they had rides and foods and stuff like that. Howdy, Keith. Welcome in. Earlier I was talking about how I used to live by where Cubs Camp 16 protests. Wow. This isn't bad for fuel in Illinois. It's $4.16 right now. We're outside of Cook County. Cook County is one of the worst tax places in all of the states. So I think we're paying 11% right now for sales tax. Yeah, the next 6 hours, I don't think I'm going to get any flyers out. Just so everybody knows, when I plan on getting to the Twin Cities somewhere around noon, 1 o'clock. And I am going to go out and I'm going to protest, or at least audit, the St. Paul Scientology location. most of that is just to kind of scout around to see if I can see where people travel in and travel out. It doesn't look like a high foot traffic area. I'm guessing that most of the people get there by car, but we'll figure that out when we get there. And then I'll find some food and relax. Maybe I'll check into the hotel. But then later on, we should see, howdy Sally, that I know that there's an awful large contingent from Clearwater that'll be up here somewhere in the 4 to 5 o'clock hour. I'm excited to see many of them. I think they've all been announced, but I'll just say that, hey, I think we know who the Clearwater crew is, and it probably won't be shocking. I'm excited to meet them because they're, really the first ones we saw were LA, and then we were seeing some Clearwater folks with Clearwater George and Farrell Cheryl, Lori Plays. I'm not sure. I know that I see Sarasota all the time, but I don't know if Sarasota does panels or if Sarasota does protesting too. So to meet some of them and to meet some of the bigger YouTube channels, as well as talking with the ex-Scientologists. Natalie and I have been talking in the background. We want to kind of do some shows where we've got never-ends talking to ex-Scientologists and helping, let's say, slow down their conversation, because when the ex-Scientologists talk, they fall into Scientologies very quickly, and we never ends. If you've been watching for a long time, you know what most of this means, but it does get to be a little bit challenging to know what the acronyms are and what things really mean in that space. All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on there. I think it's because I've got it plugged into the car as my power. Oh, let me give you a better angle. See some of the street. I think it's because I have it plugged into the car that every once in a while it'll get a signal from the car and go into sleep mode. So we'll see if this works any better. And I always worry if I've got ADHD people because it feels like there's a slight slant, like the left-hand side of the camera seems lower to me than the right-hand side. Sorry, catching up on what, again, because of the way that it's set up in the car, and I'm trying to be a very safe driver here, that my camera is on the passenger side, and I'm not looking at the camera in real time. I'm looking at a different feed that's sitting on my dashboard next to the car map. So when the feed goes out, I don't know it right away. Sorry about that. Last night, really enjoyed the Poe on the Go show. I don't know if everybody follows Poe on the Go or not, but he was talking about a few other tips and tricks about how to potentially do other protests, right? And the one thing that I liked, similar to Reckless Ben, was the idea of getting a projector to do some of the protesting. Definitely liked that. Now, the idea of buying a truck to project it onto, that seems like a rather expensive little endeavor. And I will warn you that when you get up to 200,000 viewers, you can make substantial money or livable wages, I would say. At my level, you're not making a livable wage on YouTube. So the idea of spending $80,000 on a truck would be a long time to recoup that value. Yeah, what happened on that, so I noticed that on my feed it went to total black as well. I have no idea what causes that. I do have another power source, and by the way, we'll probably get 2 hours out of this, and I'll probably have to do a vial break between now and then, and I'll redo it, but I've got a couple of batteries as well. But when the phone is linked directly up to the car, it tries to communicate with the car, and sometimes the car will give it signals like, hey, go into CarPlay, or go into this, or go into quiet mode, or turn it into a clock. So we'll fight with that a little bit. I feel like Danny and Leah right now, right? The travel across country with me. So this is something here on the highway. On the right-hand side, you would have seen that little pull-out area. And it's for traffic investigation, so traffic crash. If you have a small fender bender, you would drive up to that point. A little bit worried about this car that's braking hard in front of me. And you would exchange your information there. But what they're doing right now is they're sleeping there. So a lot of people will pull off and sleep. Usually in the States, that's fine. Nobody's going to give you any real problems with that. I would say, right, make sure that you're being safe, locking doors and things of that nature. We're coming up on Rockford. Rockford is the second largest city in Illinois, and it's on the border with Wisconsin. The Rock River runs through here. So we saw the Fox River maybe 30 minutes ago, and the Fox River will go down to the Illinois River, and then the Illinois River will meet the Mississippi. And the Rock River here will meet the Mississippi, the Rock River will also meet the Illinois River and then head into the Mississippi. There is a beautiful botanical garden here in Rockford. We're about to travel past an oasis, and we're on a toll road right now. So you pay us, this fee is not bad. It's not like Ohio or Pennsylvania type toll roads. But we're on a toll road right now, and so it costs you money to get off and on, except for these oasis locations. Now, usually you're paying a bit of a premium on fuel and food and stuff like that, but back in the day, this was a way that you could get off the highway, grab something to eat, get some fuel, rest a little bit, but not have to pay the entrance and exit fees on tolls. Now that we've got electronic equipment, it's not quite as bad. If you get off a highway and then you get back on, usually the responders or transponders know that you've already been on the highway, so you're not getting double charged for that. Howdy, Jules. Oh, I forget. I'm commenting in real time, and I've noticed that the camera is probably 20 seconds behind. So you're hearing me talk about things that you haven't seen yet. Sorry about that. Howdy, James. Welcome in. As we travel, so the town that we're in right now, before we get to Rockford, is Belvedere, or the area that we're in. And this used to be a car manufacturing plant for, I think it was originally GMC, and then it might have been bought by Subaru, but as we're going past it now, well, I'm going past it now, you'll be going past it in a couple of seconds. I no longer see cars here, so I don't know if this, and that'd be tragic for this area. This would have been a big employer of people, but I'm not sure if this plant is still working. Howdy, Cheryl. The other one I want to get on, I want to see if Poe on the Go will have me on to kind of interview me, because I think that he does an awful lot of studio work. And again, I love the loyalty of our channel, right? That we consistently have the same number of people. I'm seeing a lot of the same faces in here. I really do appreciate that. and Chicago is kind of an afterthought to the other coaster people. If you're West Coast or East Coast, we forget that Chicago exists. But I think that he's surprised by a lot of the tactics that I would talk about last night. And I kind of want to let him know that, hey, here's kind of what's happening in Chicago as we protest and audit. And all of these locations are slightly different, right? The things that I think are very common are some of them that are very much the same. The way that Austin is set up, the way that Seattle, Portland, and Chicago are set up, they're in urban centers with large glass front retail spaces and high foot traffic areas. So many of them work the same, right? Then you've got Denver, Greater Cincinnati, KC, and St. Louis, where there's buildings on a large plot of ground with the parking lots, and the tactics there have to be different than what you do in Chicago. When it comes to LA and Clearwater, that's even more different because now you've got such a high number of Sea Org, and there's campuses of buildings, not just one building. Now, St. Paul, we're going to see two buildings. I think one of them is only a parking garage, but that's something that's interesting there. L. Ron Lyer was able to send me some information that I have shared with local police, and it's basically hey, here's how Scientology is going to come and try and SafePoint you. Now, I don't know if it's effective. The only thing I can do really is hand it off. Let them know, and if they want to become educated, they can become educated. If they want to do the bidding of the church, they can do the bidding of the church, right? I can't force the police to do something. I can protest them. I can try to shame them. Officer Dolan's is such an easy person to shame online because he's just an idiot in all of his actions. Right? Some of the police officers that we've had here in Chicago have been a little bit more reasonable. Now we've kind of taken a road where I-90 is sharing its roadway with I-39. I-39 is a north-south interstate. The next big one south of us would be Peoria. There used to be an old saying, you don't hear it anymore. I think it's kind of been put away with generations, but if it plays in Peoria was an old saying, and what that really meant was middle of America, right? So Peoria was mid-America, and if they understood it in Peoria, they understood it everywhere. How bad do you guys hear the bumps and the road noise from the car? Next major milestone here, we've got a couple of exits here in Rockford, but then the next major milestone will be the Wisconsin border. Thanks, James. I'll talk to the state highway commissioner, see if we can get some of these bumps taken care of. This is a road that about every 5 years they're doing some form of construction. We were very lucky today that from Chicago to here, we only had that little short, just after I got the coffee and turned the stream on, there was a little bit of lane blockage to the right for construction. But in the past, when they do construction on this road, it's such a big vacation main. So all the Chicagoans either go to Michigan or go to Wisconsin for their vacations, and this happens to be the route. Trying to come back here on a Sunday night when there's only 1 or 2 lanes of traffic, it's just a nightmare. It might take you 2 or 3 hours to get to Chicago from the border. Oh, so sorry to hear about the migraine attack. I mean, I want to knock on wood. I've never had, I get headaches, but more often than not, those headaches are from having a little bit too much barley soda the night before. But yeah, to hear the explanations of people that have migraine attacks, it sounds horrible. And then the neuromuscular diseases where there's just pain everywhere. No fun. Lady E, I appreciate that. I'm just going back up and reading the talking about the stream. There's I talk about this when we're out protesting quite a bit. I love all of the protesters, period, point blank, end of question. If you're out there protesting, I don't care how you do it, good on you. And we need all the voices, and we need the entire range of voices when we're doing this. That there are those that are shouting and yelling, and it's important that some people, that's what it takes to get through, and other people, I prefer my more conversational style. By the way, any single individual probably prefers their way of doing things. It's why they do it. But I like the way I do it. I don't ever want people to think that I think other people do it wrong. Now, I will say I'm not a big fan of the people who are stirring the pot behind the scenes and things of that nature, and I don't like the attacks that go on. I'd rather us say, hey, let's concentrate on Scientology, and when we're done with Scientology, then we can pick somebody else to attack. But right now, Scientology should be the prime objective. You're going to see a street sign for Rockton. I think this is the last Illinois town before we hit the border. And there's a road that goes through here, 173. And before the interstate came in, if you wanted to get from Chicago out here, you took a 2-lane road from Chicago out. You either took 64, which would have been south of here, or you would have taken 173, which is kind of follows the state border up here. Oh, that's right. Tori is probably still on. I didn't even look at SP space before I got on. I just always remember or think that it's so early in the morning. Why is anybody up? And I forget that we've got our Australian contingent in here. There's South Africans in here quite a bit. And Tori is always doing her late night. Tori was out on the street last night. I did watch her. I kind of fell asleep watching her out on the street. Tori's one that I absolutely adore, and I don't know anybody that speaks poorly of Tori, but that she used to be such a, yeah, she was the one that would confront the protesters, and now she's the protester confronting those who took her position. And I think just the way that they describe it, I think that things are much different these days in that Scientology doesn't really confront the protesters. We've only seen Chad Olson, right, the larger male. He one day asked me the question, what do I have against human rights? So that was one person asking me something. We've had a couple of publics come out and interact. And then the black female that does body routing, every once in a while she'll try to engage me, right? So she's handed me the flyer. She came out and asked me why, if I would stop telling people that it's a cult, which I thought was adorable. She asked me in, and by the way, one day I will take her up on that. I just didn't have anything with me, so I don't want to go inside without the protection of having my phone and devices that can be turned on in a heartbeat in case anything goes wrong there. But for the most part, Scientology rolls over like a dead fish if you try to confront them. When early on, when I was taking flyers away from the Green candidates, they would walk away quickly. Only one time did our friend Curly decide to stick around, and he was trying to record what I was saying. He was talking to somebody in Spanish afterwards, but they really can't refute what I'm saying, right? Nothing that I'm saying is a lie, and it's things that are extremely suspect, like the idea that, just so you know, that's the Church of Scientology that just sent you that or gave you that. However, there is nothing on that propaganda that's really going to tell you it's the Church of Scientology, right? So to help them understand how deceptive the practice is a big way in getting them to realize, oh wait, this is stupid, I'm going to give this up. There's our last toll plaza here in Illinois, and we've got another one of those oases coming up. I'm sorry, this isn't always, it's just big truck stop. Yeah, lady, there have been a couple of times where I've dropped an F-bomb, but, and I try to make that rare. I will tell you that in real life, similar to Natalie, if I'm not on the channel, yeah, I don't really care about swearing. I'll swear all I really want to. But some of the most troubling things are if I talk to a public, and the day of the wedding was one, day of the Sakala wedding, I asked the public person, did you know that they won't let women report crimes in this church? And she said, yes, I do. And I'm like, then what the F are you doing in there, right? It boggled my mind that would be okay. And then her response was, I'm only here for the wedding. It's like, you're here for the wedding of the two people that run this organization, right? So the idea that you're trying to disconnect yourself from what Scientology does because you're only here for the wedding, but you're here for the wedding of the executive management of this organization. I see Cricket asking a question if I use a body cam. Almost all the time when I'm out there now, I do use a body cam, and I used to think I don't really need a body cam, and I've mentioned this before. If you are a protester and there are several people in the same location, several protesters at the same location, if you see a protester being approached by anybody, a police, a public, just a street person who could potentially cause trouble, I think it's very important that turn your camera on that protester. Make sure that protester is in full frame, so that if any altercations happen, there's a recording of it. And I was disappointed one day, and I think it was Memorial Day. Memorial Day was the day when the police came out early on after I was chalking. It was the day that Scientology unveiled my name to everybody. Hey, folks from Wisconsin now. And that day, I was following a body router around, and I was able to get. They were sending out the drug-free world flyers, and I was able to get a couple of flyers out. And as I got back to the organization, a woman from the org, she was a staff member. She's got dark hair. She has an Eastern European accent. She came out. Oh, I love that sunrise on the video. She came out to try and confront me and saying, "Hey, were you following me?" And she was playing a recording, and she kept on walking into my face. And because my camera was up so close, when the police came, I didn't have any evidence for them. Now, later on, I was able to get a little bit more evidence because there were other camera angles. But it was because of that incident that I now wear the body camera all the time. And the body camera is very helpful because that I use the isolating mic so that I don't have to worry about music. I can talk and you guys can hear me. But the body camera has a mic that picks up all of the other sounds. So when somebody is talking to me and I forget to pull the other mic out and point it at them, I'm able to get their sound, and later on I can edit the two together. So it gives me the protection and the defense evidence if things happen, but it also gives me another source of sound and video of what's going on the street. Good morning, J-Bat. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm seeing a comment on Chris and Tori, and I think that I like Chris. Right? I think he's got a nice amount of humor. He catches Scientology with their pants down all the time, right? No matter what, he's always finding them in places where they're not supposed to be, or where we don't expect them to be. But I like that he looks out for Tori. I think that's incredibly cool, great character, in my opinion. But as we've learned on this channel, my opinion counts. I'm seeing the other comment of when Tori said, "Go after yourself." Tori is so uncensored, and it's one of those things. My wife, when she gets upset, she'll drop an F-bomb, and I know that she's angry, but it's so cute and adorable to hear that come out of. My wife is very high in travel, and she's very well educated. And when you hear her let loose, it's very funny. And the same thing with Tori, right? So now we're going to see an awful lot of, now we saw, just like we saw in Western Illinois, and by the way, we're in the middle of Illinois, we weren't quite to Western Illinois. There's an awful lot of farm field here, right? So Wisconsin is both dairy and crops. Most of the scenery that we're going to see is going to be farmland. Every once in a while, there'll be a city that will go past, right? We're in Beloit, we'll hit Janesville, and then Madison is kind of the next one. After you go around Madison, you get the Wisconsin Dells. The Dells was interesting. When I was a kid, that was the amusement park that you always heard about in Chicago. Eventually, we got Six Flags. We got a Six Flags here in Chicago, but most people, our Disneyland was the Wisconsin Dells. And you would always see the Tommy Bartlett water show, the water skiing episode. James, you're correct. Jenna, again, has that so sweet, soft-spoken, and then all of a sudden, when she lets go, she lets go. And it's very fun. This is Heartland America, right? Breadbasket. Now, the California Valley is where most of our, I don't know if people would recognize truck farming. So here, these are grain crops that are here. So they get almost all of the crops here in the Midwest are machine sowed and machine reaped. So we don't need the migratory labor to do that. Truck farming are those things like vegetable, tomatoes, heads of lettuce, those kinds of things where they need a human touch in order to be picked. And I'm pretty sure the reason they call it truck farming is that a truck would drive down basically the middle of the field and the humans would go out and collect crops and then bring them back to the truck. This area is really just grains, and it's flat. It's great topsoil, works out very well. You'll see cattle farming too. Historically, Wisconsin was the dairy land of America, but nowadays I think that California produces more dairy than Wisconsin. So, Lady E, I won't be able to look at the picture now, but you can always send me anything you want to at windycityphaetonwatch@gmail.com. And I'm usually pretty responsive to those emails. If you're trolling me on that, I can tell you that it goes straight to the trash can, but thanks for playing. The other one that lets you be a little bit more anonymous is if you go to windycityphaetonwatch.com, and the Contact Us page will let you ask questions without having to put a name in. And we do have corn here, and we always talk, growing up as a child, you knew if the crops were going to be good, it had to be knee-high by the 4th of July. And this corn is waist-high here, so this all looks really healthy. This next town you're seeing is Delavan. And if you go from here, you can take this road. If you follow that road to Delavan, by the way, on a motorcycle, that's a great road. You're never going to see any traffic on that road. It's just a great 2-lane, bendy curve, enjoyable road to be traveling down. But that'll take you into Lake Geneva, and then if you go past Lake Geneva, you'll head on over to Milwaukee. So people in Indiana as well, and Illinois, most of the same. This is very land, and it's incredibly or give me an opportunity to chat with you. But the only thing more boring than driving through Indiana and looking at corn is driving through Indiana in the winter when you just get to look at flat white snow. Hide my coffee real quick. Thank you for that screenshot. I'll look at that. When I'm not driving. I can see that it's brightening up on the video. So now you guys aren't traveling in the dark, just looking at the street lamps go by. Now we're in Janesville again, and again, it's hugely built up near the highway. All the retail, the outlets, those kinds of things. Folks, if you're ever, so this is 90. The other way that you can get to the Twin Cities, although it takes a little bit longer because it takes you out of your way, is you can take 94 up to Milwaukee and then come over and you'll meet 90 here in Madison. But if you take 94 north and cross the border into Wisconsin, your must-have or go-to place is called the Brat Stop. So again, Wisconsin has a high Germanic influence, and the Brat Stop is a place where if you go in there, they've got at least 20 different kinds of bratwurst. Yeah, there's a couple other places where I've traveled, and they just don't appeal to me, especially if you're taking the interstate, or it's on the motorcycle, we call it the super slab. Nebraska and Kansas, not really enjoyable places to drive through. Colorado, once you get off the Front Range, it's pretty flat. Same thing with Wyoming, and that's just the way that kind of works. However, if you get off the main road, and there's an old country song, just a stone's throw from the highway, I think the name of the song might be called Americana, but there's so much of America that is 2 miles away from these interstates. traveling Route 66 here in Chicago, or I'm sorry, here in America, from Chicago to California. It's something that you should experience, to travel through the small town. Most of these small towns have dried up because that highway was their lifeblood, and when the superhighways came in, they bypassed them, and some of those towns didn't survive. Right? But that's where you see the coolest diners, and you see neat museums in those towns. One year coming back from Phoenix, I remember going through Dodge City, Kansas, which that's an old gunfighter town. The old, if you ever watch the old or read about the Old West in America, that was kind of a big town, and it's neat to see some of the old historical elements of that. New England's an amazing place, you know. I love going out to the Cape. Driving along some of those 2-lane roads, just nice and quiet, serenity. Driving's always been very peaceful to me. Howdy, Perth. Perth, not that I can come, but when is everybody going to go visit Melbourne? Folks, I want everybody to know, and it's the top comment up there, that this is going to be a long drive. I fully understand that. Well, I'd be impressed, but there is no need to watch an entire 6-hour drive. But if you want to stop in from time to time and chat with me, I really appreciate that. This next town is Whitewater. Whitewater is on the Black River, and that it happens to be, there's little rapids there, and that's why it's called Whitewater. It also happens to be part of the university system of Wisconsin. Sorry I'm not giving you guys side views, but the river is flat as a pancake right now. Just a very quiet, still morning here. I'm not seeing the trees, the leaves on the trees rustling. So, one of those days with, if you're out camping or you're out in the woods, just sitting on your porch with a we're on a so this particular road surface is concrete for a little while here. I don't know how long we'll have that, but I've noticed it's a little bit bouncy, so you guys are getting a lot of bounce in the camera. Just a reminder, subscriptions are free today. I wish that they wouldn't. I wish they would call it following or something more like that than subscribe, because I think that people get the impression that subscriptions are a cost to them. If we talk about the membership, right, I've got a very low fee on that membership, and the only thing that you really get out of the membership is the icons. I just want people to give an opportunity to say, hey, I want to support the channel and I want to show my support for the channel. So that's the reason that we got that out there. I have no plans to have hidden or delayed content for members. It just gets to it lets you use the got 'em icon every time I'm able to take a piece of propaganda out of the hands of the sidewalk recruiters. For those of you that didn't see, Lavender was very gracious and sent the Chicago protesters some honey. I was going to say she grows her own honey, but I would say that I feel like the bees do a lot of the work. But she harvests honey, and she bottled some and sent it to Corn. If you want to see the beautiful canning that she did, you can go look on Corn Freak's community post. Not media. Yeah, California, you've got to be dark 30. Now, I started this drive at 3 a.m. Don't know if you were able to pick that up, but fog in the field over to the left. Oh yeah, it's showing up there now. MD Media, another great, I think earlier I mentioned this, but I never went through those channels. There's some channels that I really connect with, right? Eric Rader is out there so consistently putting up flyers out there in LA. Cubs, and these people are just so consistent about being out there and protesting. And that's, that's not a slight on people that can't be out there all the time, right? I think about, two of the protesters here in Chicago don't even live in the state of Illinois. Lavender, I don't know if you can think that I think that the low one defaults to $2.99, and that's probably why it's set there. Now, I will say I have seen channels hammer that up to $99.99. And again, it's a way to allow people to support you, so that's great. But I think off to the right, you might be able to see another hazy field on the other side of this viaduct. Yeah, there's some lowland water over there. MD Media, I try to be. So, again, I try to balance it with. I have a family. I need to be there for my family as well. One of the things that makes it very easy for me is that almost all of my clients are down in Chicago's Loop, which is very close to where that organization is. So if I'm at a lunch hour, if I'm on a break between meetings, I can go and I can make things tough on the Church of Scientology Chicago. Oh, style audit. I never heard that story from Eric. I'll probably have to go back and find that. There are also times where, again, if I don't have my body camera with me nowadays, I don't like to go to the org, only because I never know, Scientology is capable of anything. If I go out on lunch, you've all seen that I walk an awful lot. I like to. That's one of the ways that I get my exercise is to walk. So, I'll go walk around. I'll go grab a hot dog, go grab a sandwich somewhere. But if I walk past the org and the blinds are up, I might statically record it just to make them bring the blinds down. Because to me, it's important that they look like they're hiding. So, they bought this multi-$100 million building and all the renovations. It's supposed to be location, location, location. It's a retail space. And all I have to do is hold the camera up. And by the way, I don't even always record it. I sometimes just hold the camera up. They don't know that it's not recording. They don't know that I'm not live. And they'll come running up and pull those shades down. James, thank you so much. Unfortunately, the phone's too far away. I can't tap that, but James is our newest windy watcher. Folks, something I want to remind you of, and I saw that Perth had put that on there, that and by the way, if you're a small channel and you want to get started, create playlists of all of your content. And if you want to support these small channels, at night, set your phone on silent and watch their playlist, right? Give them those hours. Try to help them get those hours that are on there. One of the most important things is the watch hours in order to get to the monetization. And again, folks, none of us is going to make a living at this right now, right? If you ever look at there's a site called Social Blade, and if you put that if you put any website, any YouTube channel into that page, it'll give you an estimate. And by the way, it estimates high more often than not, but it'll give you an estimate of what that channel might make, and it's not a lot. Aaron does very well, but again, he's got 250,000 subscribers, and he's got some sponsorships, so that's a big deal. But one of the ways that, like this weekend, right, I'm traveling, and again, not that I'm traveling for the channel, but there will be content that goes to the channel. There's a gas expenditure here. We know that I've got the flyers; those cost money. The train station, stuff like that. So to help offset some of the costs of the equipment and everything. That's why these channels monetize, right? Again, none of them is going to get wealthy on this process. Oh, you know what? I'm curious about that. If the partner program is different in different regions of the world, because in the U.S., the first entry to being able to monetize is 500 subscribers and 3,000 hours. And that allows you to do memberships and super chats. And then the next barrier is 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours. But I noticed that Perth had 1,500. And I wonder if that's just in Australia, the milestones are different. With 200 channels, well, and again, I say 200 now, but that number's probably low. There's no way to watch all of them. Pick the ones that you most enjoy, right? I'd seen earlier here, right, that there are people that enjoy my style of protesting, and that's like, well, that makes perfectly good sense that you'd be watching this channel then. I'm really confident there are people that like, let's say, the King of LA. His style is different than me, but there are people that like that style. This is interesting. The camera, the camera gives you a much lighter picture than I get here. The other one, if you are a smaller channel, or if you're not even a channel and you're thinking about it, right, that there's a lot of ways to do it. It's as simple as just carrying your phone. That if you think about it, almost all of the LA protesters, they just hand carry a phone. I use a gimbal because I hate the jarring bouncing of a phone when it's out there. But you don't need a gimbal, right? The California team has shown us that, you know, if you hold your phone, you can get people to watch. And almost everybody has a phone, right? The streaming softwares, Prism, StreamYard, they have free versions. You don't have to pay the monthly fees on those. You can just use their free version. If you want to, like, Style Audit has made faceless videos, right? She either, sometimes she'll do a voiceover, or she can use sites like 11 Labs, or there's hundreds of sites that allow you to synthesize voices or use AI voices in those spaces. Go ahead and do that. Do you want to just read a book into the camera? No. Read news articles. If you think about it, right, Aaron's mostly conveying news and education about the cult. But when anything comes up in the news, Aaron's going to probably do a show on it. Yeah, there's a couple of things, but so just so everybody knows, I am not a YouTube expert. I've seen YouTube on TV before. That there's a sweet spot. If you can make an 8-minute video, you get, and by the way, this only matters once you're monetized, but at 8 minutes, you can get a commercial at the beginning and a commercial in the middle. If it's less than 8 minutes, you only get that beginning commercial. The other thing I'll say is, if you're not yet monetized, read War and Peace. Do an audiobook. Do something that, if you think about it, today I'm going to be on the road for 6 hours. This is going to be one of those things that if somebody wanted to give me hours, they would just put this on in the background, right? James, you're correct. I am nowhere near breaking even. Now, again, it's not the primary reason I'm out here. It's always helpful if it doesn't cost me money to protest. But I'm not going to go broke. I have a roof over my head. I eat pretty well. So MD Media, the way that it works is once you hit the partnership level and you get accepted, I think you get a question that says, do you want to monetize all your past? And I would just say yes to that. And that will just blanket monetize all of your prior videos. Then, for every new video that you put up, you have to make the choice, and it defaults to off. So you have to make the choice to monetize, and then you get some opportunities to decide how it's monetized. That's something I might do. I've got pretty good screen capture software, so maybe when I get home this week, I'll take you through what some of the options are in the monetization. Now, I want to say you have to be very careful. I remember one day I turned on monetization before I went live, and I did a setting like play a video every 8 minutes, and I could tell it was I'll say upsetting to the audience because it kept on putting these commercials in front of them. So definitely be careful about how you play that game. You can get it to the point where nobody wants to listen, watch, or play. The other one I'll encourage people to do is, set up a link tree. And there's other systems that are just like Linktree, but that allow you to put a bunch of links together for your audience. And put a PayPal, put a Venmo, put a Cash App in there. Let people decide whether or not they want to give you money. Don't say, I don't need money. Don't say, I don't deserve money. If there are people out there who like what you're doing and want to support you, let them, right? One of my earliest business partners used to always tell me, never say no for the customer, right? Make the customer say no. So make sure that you're putting those link trees out there. And by the way, before you get monetized, just make sure that that's a link in your YouTube channel as well as in your bio, so that people can easily get there. Now, again, this is my style. I'm not saying it's the only way to do it. I don't like when I go into channels and every 3 seconds there's somebody dropping a link tree element or things of that nature. I don't like the shopping network mentality on these. So I think it's important that you try to space that out and be much more subtle about that process. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, folks, I am only $1 billion away from being a billionaire. So the next billion's going to get me there. Now, there are a couple of other things that I kind of want to say about monetization. These, again, my opinion, my observation. I'm no genius, all of that stuff. That if you do set up the stream early, I would encourage you to go ahead and monetize it before you go live. Live streams on protesting tend to only have value for the duration of the live stream and maybe the next 24 hours. So to capture that element. Now, I wouldn't put in mid-rolls in there, but get your, if you're getting 40 people watching, 20 people watching, get those 20 commercial watches for your account. If you're doing a live and it's more of a panel, that might be a little bit more evergreen if you're talking about a topic like what is body routing in Scientology. That's evergreen material that if I was to look at that in 6 months, it would have just as much value as it does today. But when I'm protesting at the Oregon Father's Day, it's really only valuable on Father's Day and maybe the next 24 to 72 hours. If you have a computer, then open up multiple tabs, right? Put Perth on one channel, put Scientology up north on another channel, put MD Media on a channel. Put them all on mute, right? Let it run overnight. Howdy, Deborah. Yes, we're in Wisconsin, coming up on Madison. There's actually a neat, if we didn't need to make time, I would take you on this tour, but there's a little town here called Merrimack, and it's on the Wisconsin River. And it has a car ferry. So if you're on Google shows you that there's a road that goes across the river. What it really is you stop at the side of the river and a ferry comes over and picks you up and takes you to the other side of the river. And it's a free ferry. So it's in Merrimack, Wisconsin. Now, if you ever do go on that ride, then once you cross the Wisconsin River into Merrimack, you follow that up and you go through, is it Devil's Lake State Park, and then you can come into Baraboo, Wisconsin, which is just below the Dells. And Baraboo, Wisconsin used to be the wintering home of Barnum and Bailey's circus. So there's a circus museum there, all kinds of information there. And then naturally, if you go a little bit further north, you're in the Wisconsin Dells. So if you're a traveling person and you like to wander around, consider the other channel, Windy Wanders the City. There we do a lot of walking tours of Chicago. And if I'm in other towns, like I will probably do a walking tour of the Twin Cities while I'm up here. You will probably see a walking tour of the small town that I'm staying in Minnesota. I just saw JBag comment, MyTony and thanks. And yeah, that's the reason for the drive, right? Um, one of the things that I used to love about MyTony, and we know that, so Natalie already mentioned that she'll watch a lot of the lives, but she can't comment, right? Because that she doesn't want to detract from what's going on in that space. And Aaron's the same way. Aaron will come in, he'll kind of leave one comment saying hi, just to let everybody know that he's there. But for the most part, he doesn't want to steal from what the content provider is putting out there. But I used to love when MyTony would come in because he was a good participant in the chat, and I definitely miss that. And I really enjoy everybody in our chat. I do think that we have a very loyal and an incredibly civil community here, and yeah, I'm glad that while the mods are out there helping me, making sure they're taking care of the chat when I'm out there, helping to communicate with other channels if needed. We really haven't had trolls in here, and I greatly appreciate that. Now, I should be knocking on wood because I'm sure I just caused myself a great deal of grief. But hey, Perth, when they call the police on you there, do the police really do anything, or do they just kind of come out and say, oh, look, it's Perth again? Once we get past Madison, it becomes a little bit more wooded. Yeah, media, I think that's the right way. You know, ignoring is the best way. I will tell you that every once in a while I'll get a nasty gram letter or a nasty gram comment. And the way that I kind of work through it is I write the response to help me feel good about it, and then I just delete the response. Because I just don't want to give them that value. But I do think that just because of your location, that the LA channels are bigger and they have a higher population base, and people migrate between those channels a little bit more. And I think that's part of it. And there is an awful lot of drama out there. Yeah, doesn't I say it really does make me feel better when I go, oh, that's a good zinger. I really got this one. And then I just delete it. I will say that I sometimes use my my Mazda sounding board, and the email usually starts like this: I know I'm not going to send this, but here's how I feel. Yeah, Perth, I think that's a great idea. That there are so many of these, you know, if we think about it, you've got the people that have depression or psychiatric medical needs, right? So they need to take, they there's a chemical that they'll need to take to balance their system, and how Scientology crushes that. How does Scientology work with autism, right? We know with Tori Magoo, she had epilepsy, and Scientology didn't handle epilepsy very well. And there's so many of these elements that they affect a segment of the human population, and Scientology has a segment of the human population. So naturally, they're going to have people that have these afflictions. How do they treat it? And worse, how do they ignore it? Right? The idea that Tori's mom finally had to tell her, if you don't take your medicine, this cult is going to kill you, right? And that's when she finally said, yep, I'm going to value my medicine over the cult. You may or may not have seen, I have an interview with somebody who is being recruited in Chicago, and they have depression, and he had mentioned that when he takes his meds, he feels so much more normal. He needs to take his meds. And had he gone into Scientology, would they have talked him out of it? And again, I'm not, I don't know enough about autism other than to know that there are autistic people and that it's a wide spectrum of how it displays. So I'm wholly unqualified to talk about it. But there are probably a large number of those kinds of, and I apologize if I'm saying this wrong, I don't know if it's a disease or an affliction or a syndrome, but whatever that is, I'm sure there's plenty of those types of medical and mental elements that Scientology abuses. Good morning, Nancy. Did you bring me some coffee, Nancy? Hey, Perth, did you mean you scampered away, or is that Australian slang? I don't know. Again, I just don't know how many of you watch other channels. Kelly Copter, I think it was yesterday morning, but this week, it was morning to us. It was probably midday for her. But her and her friend went to a little farm outside of London, and they got to play with goats. The world needs more goats. In Australia, with the move on notice, does that just mean you have to be in motion, or do you have to actually leave the area? Like if you walked around the block, and again, I'm the kind of jerk that if somebody told me that I had to keep moving, like they did at the sidewalk in LRH Way, I got no problem putting in 40,000 steps. I'll walk around the block. Hey, folks, another way to spread awareness, and if, let's see here. As many of you might know, I do have a website, right? WindyCityThetanWatch.com. You can also go to WCTW.live. And there are a number of blog posts there. that's another way to spread awareness, right? That if you've got a friend who might, it might land with them as to what's going on in Scientology, please feel free to share those out. Um, if you'd like to write an article, if you'd like to author something, let me know. I can put you on as an author on the website. The thing that I like about the business card that has the scan code on it is that I can continually update the website. So if new news comes out, or if there's a new impactful story, we can create a blog post on that so that it shows up when people who are scanning that business card visit the site. It shows up for them. So you may or may not notice this week. More little haze or fog there on the side, coming up soon. So now we're getting into a little bit more hilly terrain, and what that is the Wisconsin River is kind of rolling through here, and naturally that river causes a depression in the land. Water is pretty amazing how it can change landscapes, but as the water comes through here, it erodes the land down and shows these hills. So we'll go kind of down into the valley, cross the river, and then climb back out of it. And the Wisconsin River kind of meanders here. There's several little there's a main channel, and there's several little side channels. Looks like they're putting an overpass in here. So ahead of us on that big curve that you see there, but out in the distance you see that hill, that is Devil's Lake State Park, and the Merrimack Ferry is an exit right around here. Like I said, that'd cause an extra 30 minutes, and if I didn't need to get to St. Paul, I would love to share that. It's so fun to drive your car onto a boat, have the boat take you across the river, and then drive off. Now here, there's been 3 interstates that have been sharing the same road. And then if you were to leave on 39 here, you'd go kind of straight north from Madison, or up north of Madison, all the way up to Tomahawk. You go through a little town called Friendship, which, shouldn't every town be called Friendship? Birth to that point, those scenes in Monty Python, and by the way, they talked about it in the making of Monty Python, where when they'll do the running scene, especially when the civilian crowd was running away from the castle, they would just jump cut back to where they were, and they would replay that over and over and over again. And I always thought that was hilarious to do that, where you only needed like 10 seconds of video, but you could get about 5 minutes of film out of it. fairly fortunate today because my entire drive is going to have the sun at our back, so I won't have that in my face. Give you all some more stupid facts. I'm not sure if you can see the little signs on the side of the road, but on the left-hand side of the road, you get these mile markers. So we're on 90 at 106, mile marker 106. What that really means is that in this state, we are 106 miles away from the border. And the way that it works on these highways is the western boundary is the 0 mile mark, and the eastern boundary is the high mile mark. So we are 106 miles away from the Minnesota border. More highway facts, and again, many people know this, but you'd be surprised how many don't. Odd interstates travel north-south, and even interstates travel east-west. And the numbering system for the east-west starts in the south and increases gradually as you move north. We're on 90 and 94, right, which we're in the northern part of the country, going across the northern states. And you've got Highway 10 going through Florida, from Florida, Houston, San Diego. And the north to south interstates, they increase from west to east. So you've got I-95 on the east coast and I-5 on the west coast. Now you know stupid trivia that I know. Howdy, TARDIS, welcome in. We are in the middle of Wisconsin. I do really like the area. It's a peaceful, pleasant ride. You're seeing the woodlands. You'll see deer here. We'll start seeing some of the birds of prey here. The bigger hawks and the bigger eagles will be flying around here as we get further west and in these river basins. So right now we've crossed the Wisconsin River. The next big one's going to be the Black River and then the Mississippi River. Looks like I might run into construction on the way back. A lot of times what'll happen is that they'll move these cans off the street for the holiday travel or the weekend travel. And then they'll move them back on during the week if they are doing actual construction. Now I've got to look up where Ramsey County is. Oh, so St. Paul is Ramsey County. Okay. I'm much more familiar with Minneapolis, although they're really the same city, just which side of the river you're on. From my running career, I've got a lot of friends here who are Mill City runners, and Mill City is one of the names of this. There's a beautiful 2-lane road that travels along the Mississippi River, and again, if you ever want to have just an enjoyable time in a car or a motorcycle, if you go from Eau Claire up to Winona and follow it's 14 and I think 61. It might be 14 and 16. But if you follow that road all the way up to the Twin Cities, you're going to go through some of the coolest little towns. You're going to see a sign in just a second, which in honor of Nance Drew. Hopefully you see the sign that I'm talking about there. But you're going to go through the town of Red Wing, Minnesota, and that's where the Red Wing shoes are made, and it also happens to be the nexus of where the Detroit Red Wings got their name. Kendra, I have not, but I do want to take that. And I think it's like from Manitowoc to Ludington, Ludington, Michigan, Manitowoc, Wisconsin. Manitowoc is an awesome place because Manitowoc is where they make submarines, and during World War II, that's where all the submarines for the U.S. were made. And they typically, when they were being deployed from the factory into the field of battle, they would come through Chicago and down the Chicago River to the Mississippi River through the Panama Canal and out to the Pacific coast. Yes, Minnetonka Moccasins, and that's also another little town that's on the way. We are about, I don't think that we've passed the Dells yet. It's coming up. The Dells might be the water park capital of the world. And when I was younger, there were no water parks here. There were little motels that you would come, and then on the Wisconsin River, you would walk to the Tommy Bartlett water show. And the town of the Dells, saltwater taffy is one of their fortes. Like if you go to Galena, fudge is the thing you have to get. Galena, Illinois is fudge, and the Wisconsin Dells is taffy, as well as Mackinac Island. For some reason, they're a taffy capital of the world type thing. Yeah, if you go to Manitowoc, they have a museum there, and there's a sub sitting right outside. And then Ludington is where one of my running clubs, we do our summer camp there, just so we can kind of get up and down the dunes. Now you're seeing the Tommy Bartlett signs are going to start showing up. Yeah, you know what? I did hear that they were closing the Bartlett shows. I think that most of it is because these they're just massive hotels, not quite the size of Vegas, but these massive hotels. Some of them have like indoor domes, so their pool is indoors, but in the middle of winter, it'll be sunny outside and you can suntan in these places. Some of them are timeshare things. Which, whenever I think about Scientology, I think about timeshares. With that aggressive sale, they won't let you leave until you buy the timeshare, and that's always what it feels like in Scientology. Is that they want to make you spend money, and they're going to hard sell you like crazy. MD Media. You know what? I don't know if I've ever gone past the state capitol there. I do know that, what is it? There's a fort near the airport if you run along the Mississippi there. And then there's the Minnehaha Falls, which, by the way, isn't it fun to say Minnehaha? So now we're coming up on the first of the Dells exits. I think there's 3 or 4 of them. You'll see this first hotel, and I think it's Kalahari or something like that. It's got a kind of an African theme, but there are little tubes coming out of the hotel, and those are water slides. So you water slide out of the hotel and back into it. So we've got the Kalahari Resort. And then Great Wolf is another one that's huge. If you were to drive, if I got off the highway here and drove down the street, it's nothing but massive hotels and water parks. Oh, I didn't. Okay, Mackinac Fudge too. Yeah, TARDIS. I love those Ducks types rides, and Boston has them as well on the Charles River. In Michigan, there's several places, and in Michigan, you've got the massive dunes because we have prevailing easterlies, so the sand builds up on the Lake Michigan side, or on the Michigan side of Lake Michigan, and you get on these ducks where you'll go up and down these dunes, and then you'll go crossing rivers, and then you'll go out onto the lake. Just fun stuff. We're seeing a sign here, the 400 State Trail. So there is a bicycle trail. Wisconsin has several of these long trails. So you've got the Sparta Bicycle Trail and the 400 Trail, which basically allow you to ride a bicycle almost Sorry, folks. Not sure what caused it this time. Sorry about that, folks. No idea why it shut down that time. Sometimes phones are jerks. MD Media, I saw your Minnehaha laugh. The Confidence Chris story. So there's the Chicago protester that I really miss is trashy V12 BMW, and I don't know if it's just for the summer, but I think he's kind of moved on from protesting Scientology. He might just be spending a lot more time actually working on his But he was so good at having conversations with people, and he would always invite people to say, "Hey, let's go to lunch. No camera, no nothing." And I want to do that as well. Um, the one that I really want to take to lunch is the older woman that's got the walker. She's a letter read person here in Chicago. See you, TARDIS. Come back anytime you want to. We'll be here all day. Try the veal. Don't forget to tip your mods on the way out. Big kudos to the mods. J-Bad, Sally Boyer. Don't think we've seen Fuzzy Pink Handcuffs yet today, but she's always in here, and I love that she really helps out with this channel and the other channel, Nancy Alley. Yeah, the other day, I don't know if anybody caught it, but the black female that often is body routing, she invited me in. And again, I said, hey, don't trespass me if I don't know that you can be trespassed if you're invited in. And by the way, it would still only be a warning. I've never even been warned off of Chicago yet. But if you're invited in, I don't think that they can make a trespass hold. But I also, it took me off guard, so I wasn't prepared for that particular question to show up. But also, I didn't have my equipment. It was one of those days where it was just opportunistic. I was there at lunchtime. I think that Korn and Juanita were in the area. So kind of want to just go over and support them. Howdy, Susan. And I agree with that building trust. So the black woman, like I said, she'll converse with me. The other day, when, I don't know if you saw the video, Bridge came down to protest, and there's a thin, black, tall male, older. He and the black female went out body routing, and he's a little bit more aggressive. He'll try to get other people saying, hey, that creepy guy is following me back there. He'll tell short stories to people that, hey, I'm a predator and all kinds of fun stuff. So he's much more aggressive, and I noticed that she adopted that persona when they were out together. When I engage her by herself, she realizes I'm not an evil person, and she's come up and tried to talk to me before, right? So she's one that I do think that I'll be able to have conversations with eventually. Howdy, Nance. We just went past a billboard that it said booby trap. Howdy, Adrian. Welcome in. Now, I think our next major milestone here on the ride is going to be, we're going to head out to Toma. And Toma is where 90 and 94 split. We'll take 94 because we're going up to the Twin Cities. There's also Um, it's not. I think it might be called Camp Douglas, but there's a military base right here as well, and I think it's an Air Force base. Nance, are you and your friend driving or flying? It's actually, well, let's see here. I guess I can't get in front of the billboard, but I could. It's also the other direction. We'll see what happens. I do have much more time on Monday too, and we'll see how this goes. If you guys enjoy it, we'll do the trip home as well. On the trip home, I can go a little bit more off course. Oh, nice. And so Nance is already there. Great. By the way, if you are near the river on the Minnesota side, you want to go see the Minnehaha Falls. There is there's a greenway that you can get from St. Paul all the way out to Lake Minnetonka on either running or cycling, but you can follow. There's a little. It almost looks like stepping stones of lakes that take you from the Mississippi River there in Minnesota. I'm sorry, in Minneapolis, out to Minnetonka, and Minnetonka is the lake by where Natalie is at. Thank you, Lavender. Yes, it's Volk. Now that is a place where, when you get off the highway, there's a climbing apparatus there. If you get off the highway, you can go climb on the climbing apparatus. But if you go anywhere else, you'll get a military escort really quick. So I need to figure out, hey, mods, we need to figure out how to monetize all of the advertising we give to these places. Now I know that it's Minnehaha is a resort, or not a resort. It's just a park area. But definitely when we're over on the Windy Wanders the City, every time I mention a place, the mods are very good about looking it up and putting their website out there for them. Lavender, you're taking my job. I'm the one that's supposed to have all kinds of goofy trivia, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, I was kind of catching up on some of those, some of the chats. Nance, were you able to see darn it, Purple Rain, Prince? Were you able to go see Prince's museum yet? Minnetonka. So there's a lot of people who are very well heeled that live on Lake Minnetonka, and one of them was, if you remember the wrestler Roddy Piper, he lived up there on Lake Minnetonka. I think Ventura was governor of Minnesota for a while. Now you can see we're kind of closed in. It's much more foresty looking here. In certain situations, these trees will line the highway, but then there'll be a crop right behind the trees. I will tell you that I keep on seeing these billboards for signs. I love these places that are a stone's throw off the highway. I've always been a diner fan. I want to go into a place where it's mostly locals. It's usually great food. It's, I've always termed them greasy spoons, and I mean that affectionately. But to walk into a locals bar or a locals diner when you're on the road, very enjoyable to me. Howdy, Stu Irwin. Thanks for coming in. We have just passed the Dells. Our next real big milestones will be Camp Volk and Toma, where the highway splits. It's very interesting. So the way that I've got this set up is I've got an iPad that I'm watching you on, or that I'm watching me on, and I'm getting the same lag that you guys. I didn't realize you guys got this much of a lag whenever I was going live, but there's like a 10-second delay. So every once in a while, I'll look down and I'll see the image on the iPad, and it's like, I just passed that. What's going on here? So I'm in a little bit of a jump loop. So we are on 9094. Because I really want to make time and get up there today, I'm doing highway or super slab the whole way. 9094, by the way, if you can take a road trip someday, taking 90 out west is it's really memorable. I know that we fly places to get places, and we need to do that, but you can basically get all the way across the country on 90. When you're out in the western states, because it's such a boring element, there is such fun with highway roadside attractions. To travel across South Dakota, heading towards like the Black Hills, as soon as you cross the Missouri River, you end up seeing signs for a place called Wall Drug. And Wall Drug is this kitschiest, just souvenir attraction place that it used to be just a little drugstore in the middle of nowhere. And it's now probably 6 to 8 square blocks of buildings of, restaurants, souvenir stores, TV places, hotels. And then after you get across the river, there's a town every 12 miles. And the reason that there's a town every 12 miles is because before the highway was there, you used to take the railway. And the trains ran on steam. Well, you could only put enough water in a car to get about 12 miles of steam out of it. So the train had to stop every 12 miles to resupply with water and sometimes wood. So that's why they had these towns. And back in the day when the trains were there, these towns were thriving. And after the highway came in and the trains weren't as needed anymore, those towns struggled. So what they did is they created their own little roadside attractions. Some of them will have old western towns, and you'll see them with longhorn steers there. Some of them will have statuary or dinosaur statuary. Some of them will have car museums. Just all kinds of neat little roadside attractions. Thank you, MD Media. I appreciate it for the share. And so these roadside attractions, that they are so geared for the kids, and they're so, it's like cereal on the bottom shelf at the grocery store. It's impossible to let your child know, no, we have to drive past this one. Your child is going to say, we're stopping here. Hello, Definite Trouble Source. So, Trouble Source, are you watching the first 2 hours at double speed? So you've got me going down the highway at 400 miles an hour? We just passed an Amish sign, and as you get to the southwestern corner of Wisconsin, there is a large contingency of Amish. And one of the things that I used to love is, remember, the Amish don't use power or electricity. They definitely don't use gas engines. And you'd be out on the 2-lane road, and you'd see they're called reel mowers, but back in the old-fashioned day when you watch a cartoon, and there'd be the 2 tires and the blade in the middle that would spin very fast to cut the grass. Well, that's how they would cut the grass, and that's how they'd thrash the wheat. And you'd see a horse-drawn carriage with one of these thrashers on the back. I think I've taken Highway 12 all the way across Wisconsin before. And then that'll get you to basically Eau Claire. If you take 90 instead of 94 and go to Eau Claire, just before you cross into Minnesota, there's a little island town called Unalaska. And I always like the name Unalaska. I have not been to Stillwater. Is that here in Wisconsin? I'm a big NCIS fan, so whenever I think Stillwater, I think Stillwater, Pennsylvania. Howdy, Corn Freak. Love the post. We talked with Lavender. Oh, Lavender's still here. Loved that Lavender sent us some honey. We just passed a sign that said double nickel burger, and I will bet that there are no such thing as double nickel burgers here in Wisconsin anymore. The Double Nickel Deli, famous paninis. So, Lavender, what I did do when I set this up is I set it to be as conservative as possible. So I'm thinking that you get a commercial every 30 minutes, which that makes sense, right? We've been traveling for, wow, it's been 3 hours. Hopefully you guys always get skippable. I know some of you are premium members, but I hope you guys get skippable commercials and not the ones where you have to listen to the whole 30 seconds. Susan, that's great to hear that you're feeling better. So Double Nickel is really investing in the roadside signs here. That is that experience when you go across, when you go to Wall Drug, the last 200 miles before Wall Drug, every other sign is going to be a Wall Drug sign. Nowadays, there's another company that does something similar. It's called Firehouse or Fire Truck Brewing, and they're in Rapid City, South Dakota. And they purchased a bazillion old fire trucks, and so they've got fire trucks sitting along the side of the road with their signs advertising Firehouse Brewery. I want to encourage people, if you ever do get a chance, the Black Hills is a great place to visit. We're coming past Camp Douglas and Volk Field. The Black Hills, it's got Custer State Park, so if you drive through that park, you're in a park where the buffalo can come up to your car. By the way, don't ever pet buffalo. They're mean and nasty. They look like nice fluffy cows. They are not fluffy cows. But then you've got Mount Rushmore is there. You've got Crazy Horse, which is a much more massive statue or carving into the side of the road. At Camp Volk, you'll see a little bit of a stone structure here as we come around the corner on the right-hand side. Probably too late to show you. Yeah, and I've got the telephoto on, so it's not going that wide. The reason I put the telephoto on is otherwise you'll see the mount that I've got the camera on, and I didn't think anybody wanted to see that. Yeah, and the reason that I put I used the most conservative element, and like I said, I think it's every 30 minutes, just to recoup some of the gas money as we travel up. Now, we've seen an awful lot of construction zone, but this is the first time that there's been a speed limit change in the construction zone. if you want to watch some really fun but also semi-violent videos, watch somebody going up and trying to pet a bison. Something, and again, remember, I'm only here to give you the dumbest, most useless trivia facts you'll ever need. Bison and buffalo are incredibly dangerous animals because they have a very unique ability. They can turn on their front feet, so they can turn really, really quick on a dime, per se. Whereas cattle and most other four-legged animals turn on their back feet, so they're a little bit slow to turn. They've got to kind of they pivot around their back feet, whereas bison pivot around their front feet. But there are so many people that, oh, let me take a cute picture of this buffalo, or they'll try and go up and pet it, and yeah, it's a very dangerous thing to do. Yeah, Kendra, that's one of my favorite things is, and I think it's like the bluff. It's some Mississippi carved through, and they're as high as 300 to 600 feet tall. But yeah, when you cross in Eau Claire, and if you travel up the Mississippi side, well, on either side, you just are surrounded by this bluff on the one side and the river on the other side. So you're seeing eagles. It's just really a beautiful area. And then you get to Winona, and Winona's got a little park up on the bluff where Winona has these two little lakes that are in the center of town. And then you've got the river just beyond it. Nice. And like all animals, buffalo, bison, very defensive of their children. So you never want to be around in that situation. The other thing that I see an awful lot of in Custer State Park are wild turkeys and deer. They've got both mule deer and white-tailed deer up there. One of my first really long motorcycle trips was I went, maybe it was about 6,000 miles. Okay, why is this truck not going? All right, I'm gonna go around this way. And it was my first trip out west, and I went down Highway 90 and just had some. I wanted to go to the Black Hills, and I wanted to go to Yellowstone. So as you're coming up on the Black Hills, you go past a national park called the Badlands. And the Badlands is this wind and water eroded space that is just, it looks brutal. The Badlands is an incredibly appropriate name for it. And the when you're on the motorcycle, when you're on the motorcycle, you are just looking at these and thinking about these old pioneers that had, wagons and oxen, and they're seeing these ugly hills that they've got to get over, and it's like, oh my gosh. And they finally get over those hills, and they're like, finally, we're home free. And then you get to the Black Hills, and now we're talking about 5,000 foot peaks, 7,000 foot peaks. The Black Hills if you went from the Black Hills and traveled due east, the next time you would have hit that height would be the Alps. But these people then get to the Black Hills, and again, I'm picturing them in the little Conestoga wagons and oxen, and it's like, oh crap, now I've got to get over this, and they finally get over that, and then you go a little bit further into Wyoming, and you hit the Powderhorn Mountains. Now you're talking 10,000 feet, and how these people didn't turn back and say forget it, I don't know. And then you finally get to the Rockies, and now we're talking 14 to 16,000 feet. So now we take the split. We're gonna go north or to the right and head up 94. Yeah, round trip for 100 is great. Although it's usually pretty easy to get to the Twin Cities, and coming in on the weekday probably helpful as well. Yeah, and again, one of the things is I have a love for driving, and B, I wanted to have a car with me, just so that I could help Natalie out, um, whether or not it's ferrying people back and forth or helping get supplies back and forth. Well, howdy, New Zealand. Now, one of the things I'm used to, the South Island, I think, has the fjords and the Milford Trek, and I get the impression that the South Island is you're either going up a hill or down a hill, but I'm not sure, is the North Island a little bit more tolerable, or is New Zealand just a big mountain in the middle of the ocean? Deborah, we'd be more than happy to have you in Chicago protesting. Um, so, sorry, I forget, Mary Page, I see it from New Zealand. Something that I always think is amazing about the United States is that, except for the fact that there's probably not much tropics, maybe Hawaii has tropics. We have desert, we have the old rounded mountains of the Appalachians, right? For those of you who don't know, while the Appalachians are shorter, they are the older mountains in the United States, and the mountains when they're young are very tall because that's when the plates push together and push them up. That's like the Himalayas are some of the youngest mountains in the world, and then over time, water and wind wear them down and erode them, and then you've got the forests out east, and forests almost all the way to the western plains. Then you've got the prairie and the desert in the southwest, the high arid areas of the mountains, and then the coastal plains and the wooded rainforests up on the northwest coast. So there's just so much of everything here. Now we're mostly in what would be considered a pretty flat area. If you look ahead of me, you probably see the forest more than anything else, but way out there are some hills, and those hills are going to be mostly caused by the glaciers. The glaciers push down, and if you look at where the glaciers finally receded from Wisconsin, it makes a big U. And that's what pushed these hills up, but also the rivers would have. The rivers don't push the hills up, but they cut through the hills to create the valleys. Yeah, my recollection, right, is that sheep were imported when the Europeans decided that they needed to conquer the rest of the world. It's funny. I've got family that's in South Africa, and so here in the States, right, we have bison. They don't have that in South Africa, and we have bears, which is another thing that aren't common to South Africa. But then you go to South Africa and you've got lions and giraffes and elephants and Cape buffalo and hippopotamus and rhinoceros. So it's amazing to see the diversity of animals there. And I think Australia has massive sheep farms too. Pretty sure by going this way, we also go past. Oh, darn it. The Lining Kugel's brewery is just off the highway when we go this way. Mary Page, that's awesome. Now, I think while it's still incredibly rare and they usually can't create sustainable life, but I watch a YouTube channel, I think it's called Sailing Parlay Revival, and he's in New Zealand right now, that every once in a while a sea snake will make it across from Australia, but they really haven't been able to create a population there. DTS, that's awesome. Mars is boring. I don't think we ever know what Target 2 is, right? Best planet on the globe. So we see both deciduous and evergreen trees here. You can tell that there are some farmable pine forest here because they're just set up in a perfect row in many of these little patches out here. And pine grows really, really fast, so it's a really good renewable tree. Coniferous, thank you. Are all of the evergreens, so again, coniferous sounds like pine cone or cone being part of that. Is it cone shaped, or do all coniferous trees bear a pine cone as some sort of cone as a fruit, or as a cone. Thank you, Sally. And you know what? That's a great point. I forget to stress this enough. Remember, I'm really opportunistic when I go and protest the Oregon Chicago. So sometimes it's a meeting gets canceled, or I'm in the area, and I'll just go live on a moment's notice. And if you're subscribed and you've got the notifications on, you'll be able to see those more often and participate in the conversation in the chat when we're there. And as I like to remind everybody, today only, and for the rest of time, subscriptions will be free. Well, I think we're less than 2 hours away. Thank you all for being here, and it's made the trip much more enjoyable. If it wasn't for you, I'd be listening to mundane music. What are some other odd information I know about this? So there's a relationship between Chicago in general and Wisconsin. Not only do we all vacation here, but on top of the Montgomery Ward's building, which is along the river in Chicago, Montgomery Ward's was an old catalog, just like Sears. You'd get the Montgomery Ward's catalog, and you'd order your stuff, and it would be mailed to you, and then eventually they had the retail stores. But his warehouse there on the river, there's a statue above it, and the statue has wings, and it's pointing to the northwest. And the reason it's pointing to the northwest is after the Great Fire, in order to rebuild the city very quickly, we relied very heavily on the wooded northlands of northwest Wisconsin, or Wisconsin, which was toward northwest. No, I could not sing. I believe I have the most monotone voice in the universe. Although for the home studio, I did just get a mixing deck, and it has an auto tuner. So maybe I will be able to do that someday. Let's see here. And also, I know very obscure old songs like I love. In my entire life, I've always liked music that was 25 years old. I always had the theory that if it's still being played after 25 years, it was probably good. So I listen to a lot of folk music, a lot of old country music, a lot of old rock and roll. I love singer-songwriters. Thank you, Kendra. I like that. But Peter, Paul, and Mary was one of my favorites. You know, I inherited my parents' collection of vinyl records. My mom had a lot more poppy type stuff. My dad had the more folky music. But Stu Ball was one of my favorites. So Puff the Magic Dragon, Stu Ball, If I Had a Hammer. Yeah, so Cricket, you're asking the question that I'm kind of answering now. The other one is, and I hate the tragedy that he ended up bestowing on people later in life, but I had a comic album of Bill Cosby, and this is before we knew about all of the illegal activities and atrocities, the abuses that he would bestow upon women. But I had memorized that, and I could recite both sides of the album front to back, and just what a fun thing. 500 miles. Puff the magic dragon, live by the sea, and frolic in a land called Honolulu. Little boys and dreams. Boy, it's been a long time since I sang that. Apparently that was a drug song. Yes. My libbit is in my labbit. Yeah, Kenny Rogers. I definitely had the Gambler album. A lot of Alabama. The first album I ever bought myself was Queen, News of the World. And a couple of years ago, the Freddie Mercury movie, just awesome. Kenny Rogers, I loved kind of a little bit of his acting stuff. There was the stupidest, corniest show called Six Pack, where he somehow fostered. Oh, I remember. He was a race car driver. The whole show was about stock car driving, and he came across this family of people who their parents had kind of abandoned them, and they just had to scramble to make things work, and they were good mechanics, and they were car thieves and such. And it just so happens that after they stole his car a couple of times, he decided to hire them. So, good morning, Renoir. Well, I don't know if that was singing. There were words being spoken in odd fashion. What was the other one? Lemon Tree was another one that I liked. I mean, it's a somewhat sad story, but when I was just a lad of 10, my father said to me, "Come here and take a lesson from the lovely lemon tree. Don't put your faith in love, my boy," my father said to me. "I fear you'll find love is like a lovely lemon tree. Lemon tree, very pretty, and the lemon flower is sweet, but the fruit of the poor lemon is impossible to eat." Hopefully that ends the singing portion of our trip. You know who else I really loved? Roger Miller. Just the humor of Roger Miller's songs, right? King of the Road. Can't roller skate in the buffalo herd, right? So now buffaloes come back. And by the way, I agree with him. It's very dangerous to roller skate in the buffalo herd. Not so bad. Best review ever. All right, folks, we've got a scenic overlook here, and I have to see A Man About a Horse. I loved Johnny Cash. You know what? I met Johnny Cash when I was younger. So I met Roy Clark and Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash used to get his own mail. So there was a tourist bus down there, and you could go see the stars on a tourism bus. And when you would do that, you would drive by his house there on the lake, and he used to get his own mail And if he was out there, he would stop and talk to people. So I met Johnny Cash when I was younger. All right, folks, you're going to get mute and camera while I do part of this. But it says this is a scenic overlook, and I think it's going to be the Black River that we'll see. So I might take you out there as well. If you could all talk amongst yourselves. I will be back quickly. All right, folks, you're going to go on mute and on no camera for just, I guess. All right, howdy, folks. I'm going to change the camera around for just a second. We're going to stretch my legs. And it says there's a scenic overlook here. Hey, give you the other camera. Ha, yes. Room to the left of 50 cents. 50 cents. Not 15 cents. Oh, I think this is going to be a lengthier trail. Yeah, I don't. Sorry, folks, we're going back to the car. Ain't got no cigarettes. Oh, but 4 hours of pushing broom by the 8 by 12 4-bedroom. There's a happy little camper there. All right. I'm going to put you back on. Well, let me see here. Quick question for you all. Are you okay with seeing that mount in the right-hand side, but seeing the wider picture, or should I put it back on the wide or the telephoto lens? I'll give you a couple of seconds. Grab myself a little juice. Put that in there. Oh, you know what? While I am stopped, I want to so when I'm on the iPad, I can't click in, but yeah. Thank you, James. I really appreciate for you becoming a member. All right, and away we go. By the way, we're making really good time. I'm probably 3 or 4 hours ahead of schedule. We may go get something to eat. Oh yeah, we're past halfway. So, right, we've been on the road for almost 4 hours, and we've got maybe 2 hours. If I drive straight through, it'll be 2 hours. I found a downside. Hopefully, when we get back on the car, with the sun coming in the back window, it is wreaking havoc on my iPad. Okay, so is everybody okay with the idea that in the upper left-hand corner you've got that little shade, and then you've got the mounting bracket there, or I can put it on telephoto as well. Yeah, J-Bot. Are we there yet? I have to go. Well, actually, I did have to go. There is a downside to drinking a quart of coffee. That coffee's got to go somewhere. It's cockeyed. Oh, you know what? It's not cockeyed. It's my iPad is sitting cockeyed. Yes. Kendra, that's hilarious. If I have to stop this car, I love that. When we were younger, my family traveled by car. We were tent campers. My father worked in the automotive industry, so he would get summer shutdown, right? And what that meant is that the whole plant shuts down rather than people taking their vacations individually. And the reason for that was that they would have to change the lines for, he worked for, it's actually a tractor company. They would change the lines, and it was just easier to have everybody off while they were doing that process. So we would spend the summers traveling around in a car, and we'd spend 3 nights in campground A and then move on to campground B, and you'd meet the neatest people. Sometimes they'd go to the next campground with you, and other times they were going the other direction. But just all good stuff. By the way, that's where I learned how to sing. One day, so we would always be in southwestern Michigan camping, and I remember one day I sang American Pie continuously from our home in Chicago all the way up to Michigan, which was 2.5 hours. American Pie is one of those songs where I don't ever want to turn the channel away when I come across that. Yeah, UP. And then one year we wrapped all the way around the UP and came down into like Iron Mountain, which is the top of Wisconsin there. I've got some friends that are over by Hurley. They're in Hurley, Wisconsin, which I believe is right across the street from right across the state line from Iron something, Michigan. There's a little ski resort there, and if you're on the top of the ski resort, you can see north all the way to Lake Superior. Yeah, Southwest Michigan was kind of called the Chicago's Riviera, and I grew up in. My father was blue collar. Most of the people that we camped with were blue collar. They were firefighters, auto workers, iron workers. So we're crossing the Black River now. You can get it on the Wisconsin River as well, but this would be one of those places where in the summertime they have a service that takes you, they drive you upstream. You provide your own liquid refreshment, usually barley-based liquid, and you bring an inner tube, and they drive you up there, they drop you off, and you just float down the river. Redneck Americans have such fun ways of entertaining themselves. A couple of years ago, I did the Lake Michigan tour by motorcycle. It's one of I belong to a group of riders called the Iron Blood Riders, and one of the certificates was getting around Lake Michigan in less than 24 hours. Boy, we picked up a lot of bugs overnight. These windshields were clean when I left. It doesn't look like it's showing up on the camera that much, but I'm going to see if I can get some of the bug juice off the window. That is absolutely correct, Kendra. You do not get to see too much. Now, one thing is that it's mostly non-super slab, so you're on, 2 lanes. Hello, Lisa. Lisa, yes, it is a very, very nice day for driving. We got up at dark 30. I was surprised that we had already had some commenters on stream, so that was a very pleasant surprise. We are in the last couple hours of the travel to the Twin Cities. We get a little bit more rolly here, and again, this is the idea that the land used to be a certain height, and then the river would have worn this away, but also the glaciers would have stacked up these mountains. These aren't mountains; these are hills. The glaciers would have hills. Yes, Lisa, they are moraines. Thank you. And that's the Kettle Moraine State Park and the Kettle Moraine Trail are from that. And then Illinois has some moraines too, but I didn't know that the glaciers had gotten this far south, and it might have just been that ice ages come and go, so it might have just been older ones that went down there. And again, very well forested. You feel like you're in the middle of nowhere, and we are in a relatively low dense population. Low density population. Corn Freak, I find it hard to believe that you misbehave, except for all the times that we've been around one another. Yeah, our family went to, again, that your family was probably either going to go to Michigan or to Wisconsin. And then I'll give a little bit of a shout out to Indiana. Indiana, you've got the lakeshore there, the National Dunes Lakeshore there, but also you've got Lake Schaefer in Monticello, Indiana, proving more than corn grows in Indiana. Corn, do you even know, did you know Lake Schaefer was there and Monticello? But had you ever gone to Lake Schaefer? Oh, Indiana Beach, that's right, thank you. With the old crow, right? That wasn't their cartoon was this crow with a big orange beak. We're definitely seeing undulation now, and yep, I used a 13-cent word there. But the land is going up and down a little bit more. Lisa, we did talk about that earlier. I've never taken the one from um, Manitowoc to Ludington, but one of the things that they've got here in Wisconsin is in Merrimack, Wisconsin, where it crosses the Wisconsin River. There's a little ferry that'll get you across the river. So rather than build a bridge, they just have a ferry that just goes back and forth. Hey, Corn, this might come as a surprise to you, but you wear wet retro clothes today. Excellent, Kendra. What else? So, can somebody look up for me? What's the town that the Line and Kugel Brewery is in? And by the way, that's a neat place to go. If you like beer, great. If you don't like beer, also great. It's a neat building to go into, and it's just a beautiful. Like if you want to have a picnic, great place to have a picnic. Oh no! So the the Line and Kugel, there's a town. It's like 30 miles east of Minneapolis, and apparently 29 and a half miles east of St. Paul. Chippewa Falls. Yes, there we go. And there is a little water feature that runs behind the property. Uh, I assume the name Chippewa Falls comes because there was some falls over a creek or a river. you like to see the back seat of my car? Just a second. I want to get around this truck. I've got a truck here. As soon as I get around this truck, I'll fix the camera. Yeah, I like that. Now I've got you all in the back seat. So there's your punishment. You can have the middle seat and back. Do I have you looking off the side of the road now? All right, now we're back. Oh, I was talking about my friend Jen. So she's an ultra runner, which is one thing that I think is pretty darn cool. The other one is that, like, she's through hiked the Appalachian Trail, the Pacific Coast Trail, the Colorado Trail, the Arizona Trail. So she's just always been that kind of adventurous person. And she'll just go someplace on spur of the moment, and I'm always up for those kinds of trips when we go hiking. So I think it was one of the COVID years. We decided we were going to hike from the Grand Canyon to Flagstaff, Arizona. So what that allows you to do is go from the bottom of Arizona, right, the river, the Grand Canyon, and then just before you get to Flagstaff, you've got an opportunity to climb Mount Humphreys, which is the high point of Arizona. Wait, it's not free memberships. We have free subscriptions. I don't know. I don't know that you can gift a membership. You can gift membership, sorry, but you can't specify somebody. Like, you can't give to somebody. You can't give Larry a membership, which is odd. I would imagine that YouTube would have been able to solve that problem. You're on telephoto, so I'm actually not riding in the back of that boat. I think it is something like that, Kendra. Yes. East Coast, South Africa, Durban, and that area. I've got family that is in Pretoria and family in George, and George happens to be in an area called the Garden Route, and it is just beautiful to drive through South Africa. South Africa is very much like the U.S. in regards to its diversity of landscape. You've got I'm going to say Drakensfels, which I think is wrong, but Draken something mountains. Pretoria is 5,000 feet above sea level, so it's just like Denver. And then as it goes north, you drop into the savanna, the veld, and the savanna. And then you've got ocean on three sides. One of my friends here in Chicago, he used to be one of the brewmasters for Goose Island, and they would send him to George, South Africa, because apparently hops grow really well there on South Africa. So there was a premium. They had a lot of land down there, and at this point it'd be Anheuser-Busch, which I believe is South African brewing at this point in time. Let's go. That was another, we talked earlier a little bit about the animals of here versus the animals of other countries and continents. If you're in South Africa, if you're down near Cape Town, there are wild baboons. So you'll be driving down the road and there are baboons there. By the way, don't pet the baboons. They're nasty little fellers. And then there's I think it's called the blauw monkey or blue monkey, which by the way, it's not blue. So Papa Smurf, if you're in here, don't worry about it. But it's another one of those just roams free animals, and naturally, all of the animals roam free until humans took over their space. Yeah, South Africa. I mean, it's got some struggles, and it's hard not to talk politically when you're talking about that. But there definitely has been a degradation in maintenance and upkeep of services there, and they have something called is it rolling blackouts or rolling brownouts? But in essence, they don't generate enough power for the country anymore because things have fallen into a state of disrepair. That you just go times of a day of, for the next 2 hours, there's no power. Now, some people offset that with generators or other mechanisms, but it's a tough place to be these days. Howdy, blow drill. Wait, can dogs beat monkeys? Wow, buffalo coming up again. So now we're at the Buffalo River. And again, as you look forward, you can see that we've got the rolling hills there. We're just over an hour away from St. Paul. We're going to get there a little bit earlier than I had anticipated, so maybe we'll go see the Minnehaha Falls or go walk along the river. Fort Snelling is a nice place to go visit. I probably need food. Blow Drill helped us out on Declared Dave Loves Suppressive Sherry the other night when we couldn't remember what the name of Thursday at 2 was. We knew that you had to have all your stats in by then. But reached out to Blow Drill and he very quickly responded. Appreciate that. Many of you have already heard me say this, right? But if we think about the anti-Scientology community, we need the people who are watching the channels, right? That are showing interest in what's going on. Otherwise, a lot of us wouldn't be doing this. We need the protesters. We need people to be out there on the street and to give Scientology a hard time as often as possible to help shut them down. We need the fat Grammys working behind the scenes to figure out, and I think Mindy's got another report that you can send to the FBI as well. Right? How do we get them in legal trouble, or how do we make sure that they're towing the line legally? And then with the ex-Scientologists, the wealth of information that we get that helps us talk to these members, right? I'm a never-in. I don't know what the right way to, what these words mean when you're talking to a Scientologist, so it's very helpful. Yep, Stat Evolution, thank you. It's very helpful when we've got access to the ex-Scientologists who can help us understand helpful things to say, what it means when, why does the building do this, why do the people do that. It's just incredibly helpful, and I've talked about it before, right? It's a symphony that it really does take all of these elements to really chip away at what Scientology is. Yeah, Blow Drill, and again, there's a couple others that I feel like Nora remembers every detail of every rule and every event. She's one that I really like listening to in regards to that. There have been others that they've just been really, really good about either the recollection or they were in posts that gave them access to more information and more details than others in that space. And again, right, that you've got protesters that are very vocal and boisterous, and you've got protesters that are just writing chalk phrases. You've got protesters that are confronting people. You've got protesters that are conversational. It takes that entire spectrum of people as well. I will tell you that even though I like my style, I assure you that there are Scientologists that my message does not land with, right? And that just so happens that people come in every shape and size, and protesters come in every shape and size, and you just have to try them all to match up the protester to the target of the protest. I'm going to wear out Fuzzy's cut and pasting. Welcome in, Fuzzy. We're seeing an awful lot of roadwork signs, but I don't think that this is in effort yet, or that they're actually working on these yet, which is good. Chris, there is no late. We show up when we can. For those of you just joining, right, we've traveled across much of Illinois, went through Rockford, headed on up to Madison, went past the Wisconsin Dells, crossed the Wisconsin River, crossed the Black River, we crossed the Buffalo River, which I'm sure I've seen the Buffalo River before, but I would have never remembered that there's a Buffalo River here. And we're now in the kind of the last hour before we get to St. Paul. We've got Nance in the chat. Well, I don't know if she's still in the chat, but Nance is in the chat. She's already in St. Paul. She got a great deal on a flight, round trip for about $100 it looked like, which was great. That's a much shorter trip than the way we're taking. But again, I love a car. Love an opportunity to see the world. And I wanted to have a vehicle available to help out Natalie with any carting of passengers or supplies that needed to be done. And oh yeah, what I meant, I hopefully I mentioned this, but Nance is already up in Minnesota, taking in the sights of Minnetonka and Minneapolis, St. Paul. One year I took a motorcycle ride and I traveled up to the source of the Mississippi, which is just a little bit north of the Twin Cities. And then I traveled across to Fargo, North Dakota. There is nothing on that route. I then traveled across Montana. I traveled across North Dakota, and in North Dakota, if you're on a 2-lane road, if you're not on 94, you make a commitment to a road, you stay on a road for quite some time. And Montana's even worse. There are roads in Montana where they're gravel roads, and if you turn down that gravel road, you're on that gravel road for the next 40 miles. There's just massive ranches on both sides of the road. And if it's not a ranch, it's a military base. That was something that was bizarre, traveling through Montana and North Dakota. There's so many military bases, and I don't think that they see vehicles up there very often, that any time that you're driving down the road, pretty quickly you'll be engaged by a helicopter who's going to kind of shadow you for a little while. Hello, Leslie Jean. Oh yeah, Bemidji. I know I've been there, I just don't remember where that one's at, or Bemidji. We're probably about 80 miles from the border, so you can see that we're coming up on Eau Claire. There is another University of Wisconsin school here in Eau Claire. The Big Ten school is the UMadison, University of Wisconsin-Madison. James Steele is a new member of the channel. He's been a member for almost the entire duration of this trip. And thank you for that. So it looks like they're doing a construction zone, and I'm seeing a little bit of work in the median, but nothing really here on the road. So it's not causing any real pain to the travel. And as we talked about before, here we've got Altoona and Chippewa Falls. Chippewa Falls is, I think, the headquarters of Leinenkugel. But I don't even know if Leinenkugel is private anymore. There's been such a consolidation in the alcohol industry these days. We're going to stay on 94 and travel around the outskirts of Eau Claire. Bless your heart, Lavender. Thank you so much, Lavender. Now, I've been somebody who's very fortunate. When I was a wee lad, my brother and I, we did share bunk bed. I am somebody who I could sleep on a gravel road with a rock as a pillow if I'm tired. I don't need much sleep, but if I need to sleep, I can sleep. So I really like that. I snore, so every once in a while the wife has to do a little bit of kicking. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to sleep on the floor. It's easier. It's a nice day. Kind of overcast. Again, the sun's behind us for the most part. Another very small little water park here called Metropolis Action City. So Lavender's bringing us honey and making it rain. When you're a kid, a bunk bed is the coolest thing in the world. As an adult, yeah, nobody likes it. You know, every single military movie, every single cowboy movie, nobody's a big fan of the bunk bed. Oh, and I'm starting to see the bug juice on the windshield. I might see if we can pull over at a gas station and fix that for the crew. just reading bunk beds. Yeah, the idea of just the absolute lack of privacy and personal space as a Scientologist, it seems mind-numbing to a never end. And I wonder if you were born into it and that's the only thing you knew, that I guess it feels normal that you share every space with everyone. Got a big hill in front of us, and it's because again we've had a river that's about to cut through here. Remember that Leinenkugel is up in Chippewa Falls, and it makes sense that the falls of Chippewa Falls are on the Chippewa River. Oh, you know what? I need to figure out how do I do like my GPS map as an inlay on this, so you can see here's where we are in the world. Yeah, there's not as much dairy farming in Wisconsin as there used to be. Now there still is, but California has overtaken Wisconsin as the dairy capital. Yeah, I remember, and I always go back to this one. PTS for Life did a show on the idea that the real objective of Scientology with its members is to strip you of your individuality, make you understand that a group is important, and then eventually that without the group you can't survive. So the only objective is to make sure that the group survives, right? That you're always thinking group first, not self first. And by the way, it's good not to be a selfish person. I don't mean to say that, but not to the exclusion of self. And Scientology, in my opinion, puts you in such that group mindset that you forsake self. Now we're seeing some single-family homes here on the outskirts of Eau Claire. And again, this looks like some farmer finally sold his land to a developer because on all three sides of the little community, it's still cornfields. Howdy, Angie. I'm waving. I don't know if I'm waving in the right direction, but I'm definitely waving at you. Yeah, I think that we're going to get some warmth today. I did bring the big floppy hat. I have my short sleeve shirt. and again, I'll say urban center, but let's say at least, Eau Claire's not nothing. And we've kind of moved out of that forest land area into the farming land area again. And we'll be mostly like this all the way into St. Paul. So we've got about 70 miles left. DTS, you're stealing Clearwater Chad's job. Have a great day, Blow Drill. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Angie, I think that like corporate farms, I understand we need progress, but I hate that we don't have mom and pop stores. I hate that we don't have family-owned farms anymore. That you eventually get taxed off of your land in that space. And the vast majority of what we see these days definitely is corporate farms. Getting rain. Get some free window washing. I'm guessing that that's kind of coming as a evaporation heat cycle. Absolutely, Sally. I enjoyed, so yesterday, Natalie and I had a conversation for probably 45 minutes, and I just really, she's a pleasure to talk to. We all know that she's going through a very tough time in life, but handling it like a trooper. Just realizes, right, that even with Tony's wishes, that she has to move forward. she has to continue. And she is. Right? Again, just to remind everybody, I'm going to a celebration of life. I'm not going to mourn a funeral. I tell people all the time that my grandparents who are no longer with us, right, and other members, they live on in our minds, right? They're parts of their memories shape who we are. Those memories help us out. So I think it's important not to forget them, but not to mourn them, not to. You can't stop living. All right, this is going to look pretty creepy if I hug Natalie for the next 4 hours. We're all going to have to partake in a single hug. Oh, now I want sausage. We've had a really pleasant ride so far, right? That traffic has been fine. This is the densest it's been the whole day. Now, again, leaving Chicago at 3 o'clock in the morning is the best way to leave Chicago. But I haven't really noticed that we've had to make our way around cars or anything. Except for right now. There's construction of another rust area coming up here. Hey, Fair Cheryl, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I heard there's quite a crew coming up from the Clearwaters. We've got Nance Drew's already there. I think Juanita's going to be there shortly. I'm less than an hour out of St. Paul. When I get to St. Paul, I'm going to probably find a diner, grab myself some breakfast. Howdy, Kim is Blue. Yeah, like I said, we're about just over an hour away from. I'm actually probably less than an hour away from St. Paul, and then Lake Minnetonka is another 20 minutes past that. But what I'm going to do this morning is, well, I'm going to go find a place to eat, and my apologies, but I'm not going to eat in front of you. I'm going to go find myself a place to eat, make sure that everything's charged up. I will head over to the organization between 12:30 and 1, just to do a little bit of scouting, see if there's anybody coming back from lunch at the organization. Then after that, I will head to the hotel and check in. Once I'm also charge things up. I believe between 4 and 5, with all of the out-of-towners getting here, we'll be back at the org So somewhere around 4 to 5, we'll be back at New York, and I think that's going to be most of the Clearwater contingency. Aaron, Jenna, Natalie. I believe that we're going to see some people from the Northwest area. Yeah, lady, I think that I don't think that St. Paul gets much protesting. It's an odd organization, at least from, if I look at it from Google Maps, it looks like they've got a parking garage and then a walkway to the building from their parking garage. And so I don't know how well we'll be able to interact or intercept people, but we'll definitely make our presence known. Don't know if they do sidewalk recruiting or not. This is we need to play the ball where it lies, and we don't know where it lies yet. Howdy, Twyla. Howdy, Mom, too. I remember one time somebody said they were at the St. Paul Org, but I can't remember when, and it was only once, and it was isolated. So I just have no recollection of how that particular day went for whoever it was that was out there. And it's a little bit interesting. It sits a couple of blocks inside of a highway, so it doesn't look like it's a main walking street. It is there's sidewalks and everything there, but it seems a little bit isolated. You got that right, DTS. That's the old Mills Farm and Fleet. If you've never been to a farm and fleet, it's an interesting experience. You can get a 6-pack of soda, you can get a dog bed, you can get tranquilizers for your horse, you can get a boat, you can get a shed. It's a diverse shopping experience. Hello, me and Taz. Or Taz. We are coming up on the outskirts of Minneapolis, St. Paul. We're probably 50 miles away. We are traveling at the speed of unsaid so that the police don't come back. Yeah, kind of talking about protesting. and this is a general statement. This is not an absolute statement. But for the most part, right, ex-Scientologists are the ex-educators, so they typically are panels and studio presentations. I know that we've seen some out, but in reality, in my opinion, the biggest value they have is educating us who are out there on the street. But I do love when I see an ex-Scientologist walk up to an org because they just know how much about how that org works, um, where to go, where to stand, who to talk to, what to say. It's to me, it's got to be the most intimidating thing for a Scientologist who's in to see people, and I don't know that they know these are ex-Scientologists, but the idea that they're being confronted by people that know their codes, know their languages, know about that, folks. That one, I think, was actual signal loss. Nance, what have you seen so far? Nice, having a trouble source. You know what? I do want to find kind of a diner. Denny's is close enough. All right, folks, what I think I'm going to do is, I kind of want to eat in peace, but I also don't want to eat in front of people. So I'm going to go grab some breakfast, probably 30 minutes or so. If you could let me just do that, charge the batteries, all of that. Make sure you're subscribed and notify, and I will bring the stream back up as soon as we're done with breakfast. Head over there. All right, folks, I really appreciate everybody being here. I will be back. All right, thanks.